Fact TV. Okay, so, however, we do cover a lot of government meetings, so there may be times where we won't have a basketball game live on our Fact TV page. If that is the case, there are a couple ways that you can watch the games. First is go to our brand spanking new created page that we just created a couple weeks ago. It's called Falls Area Community TV Bells Falls Area Sports page. So type that in, find our page, follow us, and the game will be posted up on this page, okay? So here you go. This is what it looks like. It's Falls Area Community TV Bells Falls Area Sports page. All right. So, and one of the easiest ways actually to watch the game is we're going to be broadcasting the games live on cable. So if you're a Comcast customer, pick up your remote, hit channel 1076 on Comcast, and you'll be able to watch the games on Comcast. All right. If you're a VTEL customer, please go to channel 172 and you'll be able to watch the games on VTEL if you're a VTEL customer. VTEL, we have an HD channel. We get better quality. Comcast is a little less quality. You're going to get better quality online. If you don't like that, then you can call up Comcast and complain. And please tell them to let Fact TV have an HD channel if you're a Comcast customer. That would be great. But there you go. And then the last way that you can watch the game is go to our website, www.fact8.com. You go to our website. We're gonna go to the main page first. Here we go. This is what it looks like. This is where you can get all the amazing local content that's produced and watch your government meetings. But you can also watch the basketball games. You're gonna want to. Here's your main page. You're gonna go up to menu right here. I'm gonna click on menu, and then you're gonna scroll down. Fact TV Live right here. There it is. Click on Fact TV Live. Bam, right here. Live meetings and events. So one of the events would be the basketball games. And here you go. Wait 30 seconds for the player to load. It's going to take a few seconds, and bam, you're able to watch the basketball games. So there you go. That's how you're going to be able to watch the basketball games. Again, please, if you're a Facebook user, please like our page, Falls Area Community TV, Bells Falls Area Sports. Go to that page, like that. The games will be on that page at all times. Okay? All right. So moving on. All right. So obviously, the Rockingham Annual Town Meeting is coming up. We do have some information to present on that. So here we go. There will be an informational meeting because I think a lot of the budgetary items are going to be voted Australian ballot. So they have an informational meeting on the budget at 7 p.m. on Thursday, February 18th at the Bells Falls Opera House. That's we'll be broadcasting that live via Zoom.
In Vermont and New Hampshire borderlands. Tell a friend about Black Sheep Radio.
And so on and so forth. In addition to that, we have the elections coming up. We have 7 candidates that are running, I think, for the Rockingham Select Board. So with that said, what we're doing here at Fact TV is we're going to be holding a Rockingham Select Board Candidates Forum. And that's going to be on February 25th at 6 p.m. and we're going to be broadcasting that live. Again, you can watch that on our cable channel, our government channel, which is different. Our government channel, if you're a Comcast customer, you just grab your remote and go to channel 1086. 1086. Remember, 1086, Fact TV government channel. Or if you're a VTEL customer, channel 173. 173. I hope you got it. Okay, so there you go. You can watch it live on cable, and you can go to our Facebook page and watch it live. This is going to be a great forum. Hopefully we can have all the candidates attend so that you guys can get the information that you need to be able to meet the candidates and find out what they're all about and what their vision is for the town of Rockingham. Again, we will also be taking in questions from you in the community. So if you get to this part of the video and you have a question for the candidates, please email me at alex@fact8.com. Again, I'm going to say it again, alex@fact8.com. alex@fact8.com. Email me a question that you would like to have us ask, and we will ask the candidates that question. So it's we're really excited to be able to put this forum on and to help get that information out, help you folks know who the candidates are, and help you be more informed voters. So there we go, February 25th. 6 p.m. live, Fact TV, Rockingham Select Board Candidates Forum. And that's it for the Fact TV weekly update. Thank you if you've made it to the end of this video, and also thank you for putting up with my face. You can cut it. Call it.
You can watch Fact TV on our YouTube channel at Falls Area Community TV, Twitter at Fact8TV, and Facebook by typing in Falls Area Community TV and like our page. Fact TV, free speech protected.
At Fact TV, our mission is to provide equipment, training, and airtime so people are empowered to create local television. In this way, we offer a community platform for free speech. We also value transparency with coverage of municipal meetings. If you're an area resident and want to learn more, check out our website. Free speech, government accountability, Fact TV.
You can watch us on YouTube at Falls Area Community Government, or Twitter at FactTV8, or Facebook by typing in Falls Area Community TV. Fact TV Government Channel, keeping government honest.
Hey folks, this is Alex Strouling, and this is your Fact TV weekly update. So, we're down here in the dungeon of Fact TV, live for all you folks, and so we have two...
Welcome everybody to the informational meeting regarding the Australian balloting being held on March 2nd, 2021 from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Voters can request an absentee ballot from the town clerk prior to the March 2nd. It's probably too late to mail one out and get it back in time. So it would be better if they would pick one up. If need be, a justice of the peace can deliver a ballot to somebody requesting such. A person wishing to speak shall address the board and be recognized. Each speaker will give their name prior to making their comment or question. The questions and comments shall be directed to the board, and there shall be no back and forth between members of the meeting. Everyone should have their device on mute until I have a question. Once a person has spoken on an article, they will not be called on again until everyone has had a chance to speak on the question. The Wyndham Northeast Union Elementary School District will speak first. Then the commission, to advise on the elementary school that was voted on at the 2020 town meeting, will advise on the question of allowing the Westminster withdraw from the district. The select board and the budget committee will review the articles after to be voted on. And once discussion on an article has been completed, we will not be returning to that question. Questions or comments? At the informational meeting. I see Jack is here.
Yep.
Do you want to start out with the school section of the presentation tonight?
Sure, I'm happy to. And again, just to be clear, the way that we've got this split out is I'm going to talk about the budget, probably assisted by Lynn when I make mistakes. And then Dawn is going to talk about the article involving Westminster's application to withdraw from the district. And I'll pitch in if he thinks that I'm helpful. And that's kind of how we'll do it. And Lynn, I really will depend on you to tell me if I'm getting any of this wrong, but I think we've got the basics. Let me first just start out and say that I'm going to get us into the weeds of the budget a little bit more than I normally would for this kind of event, simply because distribution of the reports has been a bit of a problem. There are, if anyone's curious, a handful of reports in the little glass, I don't know what you call it, in front of Athens Town Hall, but that's not exactly the same thing as a mass mailing. If you do go to the WNESU website and further go to the WNUESD board page, you'll find the report, but that assumes you knew to look there. So I wanted to let you know that's where it is, tell everyone else. And because I assume most people don't know that, I want to just go over a couple of the main items. Obviously, this has been a year unlike any other because of the pandemic, because there were questions about the state's trust fund, and we didn't know what that was going to mean about taxes until fairly late in the process. We had all sorts of craziness involving the supervisory union's finance office, which pushed developing budgets back almost 2 months from what they would normally be. And we found ourselves in a crosshair of a national lawsuit to overturn the public education system. It's been a lot, and that's just not even before we get into the separation issue that's going to be before us. With all that said, I think that probably people want to know what's going on with the budget and why does it look the way it does. Obviously, the budget is a consolidated budget. We're going to be asking you all to approve a grand total of $6,954,684 to run our schools next year. Now that includes the preschool, the pre-K program, and the kids we tuition for grades 7 through 8. It's about $150,000 more to run than last year, but it's still $5,000 less than it was the year before. Now, people are going to want to know what the bottom line impact is if Westminster was a separate district and there was a joint Athens-Grafton district. If Westminster was on its own, $5,187,960 of that $6,954 would go to Westminster. Our two-town budget would be $1,766,720. Let me try that again. $1,766,724 flat. Now, we spent a lot of time trying to work out the financial impact of having two districts versus one. I spent time on it Flora Pagan, our finance director, spent time. We spent time with Brad James on this. I know that Don spent time. Hardy Merrill and his team in Grafton spent time. But it's going to be sort of ballpark estimates no matter what we do, because Vermont calculates cost per student via very Byzantine equalized pupil calculus that changes every year. Elementary school students no longer are considered a full equalized pupil. They're considered a part pupil. Grades 7 to 12 are considered slightly more than 1. There are add-ons for free and reduced lunch, which helps Athens and Grafton a little bit. There's a number of other calculations the state uses, but it doesn't really sync up. However, if we work out the equalized pupil formula and split the district into 2 parts, we think, and you can correct me on this, Don, that we think it's around $103, $105 per equalized pupil. Now, there's a different calculation the state sometimes uses, which breaks it out closer to $200, but that's against a equalized pupil, per student cost that is over $18,000. So you have to decide if $200 more per equalized pupil is a thing that you want to spend money on to have control back of your district. So that's what it boils out to. As I say, the current estimated, and this is a state estimate, and I wouldn't put a lot of weight on it because there have been problems with these, is that the equalized pupil estimate is $18,533. Now, so add $200 to that, and you'll get a sense as to what we're talking about. Based on the state's calculus, the whole district's projected spending per equalized pupil is about a little over 1% less than it was last year. If the district was split out, depending on how the state does it, we think that it would be about roughly 0.5% more than it was last year. But that's again fairly rough stuff. I have to tell you that we spent time with the state of Vermont the last 3 months, and literally every week when we asked for updated information, we saw variations by 5 to 7%. It really took a while before we came to an agreed set of numbers. That's really what it looks like right now. The other things that you should know is that we believe that if we move the Westminster school back to a Westminster school district, that would be a shift of cost of about $25 to $35 per equalized pupil count back to Westminster. And Westminster Westminster contributed to the new district's costs, the combined district's costs, about $15,000 to $20,000 that are involved mostly in bonded indebtedness, because the Grafton School doesn't have a bond and the Westminster School does. Again, these aren't really big numbers when you're talking a multi-million-dollar budget, but I wanted you to know about them. I'm willing to get into the weeds if people want, and I'm not sure they do, about why the cost is what it is. One of the things that's pushed costs down was there's been a major reform in our special education program. Unfortunately, it's saved everybody else actually a lot of money. It hasn't saved Westminster, Athens, and Grafton nearly as much because our special ed population is slightly up. It just is. The same as true of our costs for what was the other item? For actually, that was the major one. The thing that's pressing it down is the total population going to middle schools is down. It dropped by almost $300,000 in costs last year. It's going up about 30,000 this year. These kind of variations will be a thing. There'll be a bigger thing because we're now going to be a smaller district if we do split the pieces. The other upward pressure is people know that we decided that we were going to make a major upgrade in meals for kids. And this literally tripled our food service costs. We anticipated this year that they would start to go down because we were going to be selling meals to Meals on Wheels and to a couple of other separate programs. But when COVID happened, it blew all that up. We think those costs will be recovered next year, but we don't know when because we really don't know when COVID's going away and you can't budget on a hope. So we're keeping those numbers basically what they were this current year. Health insurance is still going up by an average of 7 and 9%. Not a lot I've got any ability to do anything about that, but I wanted people to be aware of it. And those are the major pressures on the budget one way or the other. And with all that, if there are any questions, shoot.
I had one, Jack.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just wanted to check on the assessment for the bonded indebtedness on the Westminster School.
Yeah.
I'm getting some feedback here. I talked to
Laura?
I talked to Cheryl Charles, and she said our payment would show up on the supervisor union assessment, and the only category that made sense to me was financial services, and I think it was around $24,000, which if that's the correct figure, that's 1/3 of 1% of our budget for the entire district. I just wasn't sure that was the correct figure. That was about 1/3 of what I would have expected.
Let me touch on that real quickly. The building and its debt were consolidated into the district when we merged, which means that this year we are paying, everybody is paying for that building. And everybody's paying, and the same was, that's been the case since we merged. The if there is a split next year, we'll own the building, but I'll bet they'll want it. And as part of their wanting it, we'll be negotiating, giving them the debt for that building back to them. Now that is, that's in a bond. It's not something they have to pay in total. So it'll change, and we're only paying it as a bond. We're only paying a percentage every year. So all that will slide over to the to Westminster. If somebody thinks they can persuade Westminster to pay extra for the building, we can have a chat about that. But I'm kind of thinking that wouldn't be fair. So that's kind of what it looks like, and I think your numbers aren't too far off. Anything else?
All right, if there isn't any other questions on the school portion of this, I think we will move on to
David, I don't know when Don's presentation comes up. He may have some additional material, so let me know. I don't have your agenda in front of me, so I don't know if they're.
Don will be coming up next.
All right.
The committee will be coming up next. So if nobody has any more questions or things about the school district budget, we will move on to Don Caponselli and the committee to advise the school and the town, and the information you might have about the withdrawal of the town of Westminster from the district. Don, go ahead.
Okay, I forget the date. I think it was January 6th that Westminster as a town voted to they decided they'd like to leave the three-town K through 8 district. The only one I really talked to in any kind of depth as to the reasons why they wanted to get out. I was talking to Caitlin Charles, and she was saying mainly that they've over the years, over the decades, they've enjoyed a very lively on the floor town meeting debate about their schools and their school budgets. A lot of people in that town very passionate about their participatory democracy. And they saw with a loophole in the Act 46 legislation, they saw an opportunity to get back to more local control over their school. And this is mainly what drove the vote. I had wondered whether part of it had to do with proportionality of representation to the boards. Athens and Grafton combined have a resident population of less than 1,100 people. Westminster has considerably more people than that. They're 3/4 of the K through 8 budget, but Athens and Grafton have 4 representatives to the Union District Board, and they only have 2. I was surprised Cheryl didn't see that it hasn't been much of an issue to date. If for some reason the state or any of the other towns do not allow Westminster to leave this district, then that could be an issue in the future. But it wasn't right now, and that's mainly it. Jack's already touched on the fact that we would Athens and Grafton would default to a 2-town Union school district, and increases and decreases in the student population would hit us a little harder. We wouldn't have as much of a buffer for that. Years ago, we were looking at things that were needed in the Grafton school. I think it was built in 1984 or 85, so it's 35-year-old building. Back years before COVID, we were looking at the ventilation system was a little bit marginal. I haven't been on the board, so I don't know if anything has been done with that. Other issues. So we would we would have a larger impact for that. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Athens and Grafton voted quite resoundingly not to enter an Act 46 4-town union. So if I were a betting man, I would say that Athens and Grafton would favor going back to going to a 2-town union school district.
All right. Does anybody have any questions of Don? Reference the vote to allow Westminster to secede from the union?
I have a question about the vote itself. Does it, what happens if Athens doesn't want Westminster, if the town votes not to let Westminster, does that mean they don't? I'm confused about like how each of the towns have to agree or not agree for any particular action to happen.
All 3 union districts.
My understanding.
All 3 union district towns. 3 union district towns have to be in agreement. If one town, whether it be Athens or Grafton, vote no, then that shoots the whole thing down. If we both vote yes, the state of Vermont still has the ability to weigh in on this somehow.
All right. Any other questions?
I have a question.
All right, Sherry, go ahead. But I would like to ask everybody if they can just state their name, because we've got a number of people here. Just state your name before you ask a question or speak.
Sure, Sherry Marr. I'd be interested in hearing from Jack and Lynn, I guess, and maybe Don as well. But if Westminster had not had this vote back in January, would Athens or Grafton have taken the same vote to exit this merged district?
Well, can I go on that a little bit? It was the select board of the town of Westminster that brought this forward. It was not the school board in any members of it that brought this forward, is my understanding of it. And if the select board in Grafton or the select board in Athens had done what Westminster had done, then they would be voting on our withdrawal too. So it is not, and my understanding is the school board does not want to appear to be or be involved in this, in the withdrawal of this, that it is an organic thing from the people, and the select board initially did it, and because they voted for that, then the town of Athens and Grafton have to vote as to whether to allow them out or not.
So then I guess that the question goes to you, David, Denise, and Jimmy as our board, or to, I don't know if it's Don, if the committee would have been advising, but I'm just really interested in trying to understand, had Westminster not gone ahead with this, would we have pursued that path? Would the advice have been to pursue that path?
Well, I don't know. We haven't voted on that at all. It was, I believe, a petition that was raised in Westminster that requested them to do that. If a petition had been presented to the select board here, we certainly would have looked at it and acted upon that one way or the other. But I don't believe that we at any point envisioned trying to pull Athens out of the district. We've only been in the district for a little over a year there, and we were waiting on the lawsuit, which was finally settled last summer. The select board has expressed their desire to remain a single town district as it was voted before. We were trying to do what the people wanted at that point in time. But no, we have not considered doing this prior to Westminster's action.
Yeah, I think just the sheer numbers in Westminster, I think they just beat us to the punch. There's such a large group of people that are so passionate about running their schools from their town meeting. I think at the point where our select board and school board were preoccupied with the beginnings of the budgeting season, they had Westminster had people that were hot on this opportunity. That's the way I saw it. I don't know. We're spread a little bit more thin in Athens and Grafton. I'm not sure at what point we would have decided to pursue this opportunity.
David, maybe I can answer a little bit of this.
Sure.
There was an active interest in Grafton to look at it. I know that much as and there might have been one of the concerns that had been raised, I raised it, was that when the three towns were consolidated, it was very clear that the State Board of Education was bound and determined to merge Athens and Grafton, whether we liked it or not. And in many ways, Westminster was considered collateral damage. Since there are no connecting roads between Westminster and the rest of the district, the feeling was that if someone was to go first, it probably ought to be Westminster. They have the AOE had recommended against their merger, even though they were pushing with Athens and Grafton to merge. It of all the various districts that are petitioning to withdraw, my read has been that Westminster has the best chance, literally in the state, and it was important to get the State Board of Education used to the idea of saying yes to petitioning towns. And while we've taken no hard position and would respect any further petitions to withdraw in the future, right now it was our feeling that we'd like to have Westminster's issue adjudicated before anybody else's and see where that takes us. Well, it also is worth noting that unlike, say, Grafton, and I have no idea about Athens, Westminster indicated a willingness to sue if they didn't get their way and put money behind any effort to separate. And I certainly wasn't, felt that if they wanted to spend money on this, more power to them. And let's see where it lands, because the district spent a lot of money on the original court case, and we'd rather not do that a second time.
All right.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that.
Anybody else have any further questions?
Yes, I have a question.
All right, who is it?
Hi, everyone. My name is Ike Leslie.
Yeah.
So I'm new here to town within this last year, and I would really appreciate it if someone could give me the super basics about, are we talking about all levels, elementary, middle, and high school? And where do students from Athens currently go, and how would that change? Thanks.
Oh, David, you really? I'll make this brutally short because we know it's brutally long. With your permission, here's the deal. We have one of the more interesting school configurations anywhere in the country. We have individual town districts. We have combined districts, some of which are K-8, and we have our own high school district. So the town of Rockingham, Bellows Falls, Athens, Grafton, Westminster are joined together in a single high school district called the Bellows Falls Union High School District. I'm on that board too, because I'm a glutton for punishment. There is a Rockingham K-8 district. There is a joint Grafton, Athens, Westminster district that was forcibly consolidated a couple of years ago into a single district. The individual towns used to control their elementary school programs, largely because people thought elementary school kids shouldn't travel and should be near their schools, and it made more sense to have separate town districts. Part of Westminster's concern is they want to have their K-8 to be under their own control. Now, one more thing. It's not just a K-8, it's really a K-6, and we have a middle school program where kids tuition to receiving middle schools around the region. That's controlled by the elementary school district, but not much. It's really kind of a free market thing. So there's the short version of a long story.
All right. There is also school choice, right, Jack? That some of our students go to Bellows Falls in the district, but some of them go to Leland and Gray. And
right. When the first round of consolidation happened, Grafton made a big stink about this, and the high school hold on. Hopefully that died. Yes. There's something called the Grafton Understanding, which is that that even though money doesn't go with the students when they go to high school, except to Bellows Falls Union High School, because students are going to Leland and Gray and to Green Mountain, those schools agreed that if they're getting 2 of the 6 years, they're willing to take kids for the other 4 years for free. it helps to be good friends with the chairs of a couple of school boards. And that's worked for more than a decade now, I think, Lynn, right? So that's kind of how it is.
All right. One other thing that the elementary school students go to the Grafton School from Athens, and I think pretty much all of them go to Grafton and none go to Westminster. Is that not correct?
Yeah, we can't legally send elementary schools out of district by state law. So unless they've got special needs. And so all our kids go to the Grafton Elementary School, or all the Athens kids go to the Grafton Elementary School by and large. So,
And if either way how this votes, I don't believe the students will be changing school
no.
in the foreseeable future.
Thank you for that information. That's really helpful. And just to clarify, where do Athens students go to middle and high school, and do they have choice in that?
Again, the middle school, 7 and 8, they can go anywhere that will take them. And in fact, they can apply a state minimum tuition to a private middle school. Some people go to the grammar school, some people go to Compass School. A majority of them go either to Leland and Gray or to Bellows Falls from Athens, and probably a majority actually go to Green Mountain from Grafton. When you get to high school, they are supposed to all go to Bellows Falls Union High School. But as I said, we have the high school has made arrangements where we allow students from the 3 towns to go where they like. And as long as one of the public high schools in the area will take them. And so far, we've been able to persuade the area high schools outside of Bellows Falls Union High School to take them just because they like us so much.
All right. Are there
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. My name is Wichi. And I was wondering, so the vote to include Westminster in the district is for only the K through 8, or for the overall, or for all of the
K through 8 only.
K through 8. Thank you.
And it is a vote to permit the town of Westminster to go through with their petition to withdraw from the district. After that is done, it'll go to a state board that will adjudicate it, and then we'll see what happens.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to the town portion of the warning.
Who wants to get through this?
David, this is Sherry. I have a question that I don't know where it fits in, so I'm kind of jumping in. But I noticed that the articles at this point don't include something that has always been Article 1, I believe, which was, or maybe Article 2, which was to act on town reports.
That's correct, because you can't vote up or down to act on the town reports. So that was specifically not added in there to that.
So if people have questions about any of the town reports, when does that fit into the discussion?
We can have that discussion as we go through if it comes up in part of the articles, or if you want to ask questions now, you'd be fine to.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Article 1 is, shall the town elect a road commissioner? At this time, we do elect a road commissioner. It is some towns in Vermont elect them, most appoint them, but Athens elects theirs and have for a number of years here. Does anybody have any questions on Article 1?
I would like to make a comment on Article 1.
Sure.
In the past, we have elected. The road commissioner is not a paid position. I would recommend that the select board be the road commissioners for the town of Athens.
What does she recommend?
Could Darlene, could Denise repeat that, please? I didn't get what her recommendation was.
I said, I would recommend, in the past, we have elected road commissioners. The road commissioner is not a paid position. I would recommend that the town select board be the road commissioner instead of electing a road commissioner this year. And even if we could just take that moving forward, always having the select board be the road commissioner.
David, this is Sandy Caponcelli.
Andy, go ahead.
I believe that we really don't need a road commissioner anymore because it's sort of a redundant position. It's a go-between the road foreman and the select board. So either we don't bother with it anymore, or as Denise has said, we just turn it right over to the select board because the road commissioner really has no authority.
I believe it's in statute that the town does need the road commissioner, but it can be appointed or it can be the select board. It does not have to be an elected road commissioner. But I think instead of eliminating the position at all, I think we do have to have somebody that is appointed. Or if not elected, then it's appointed.
Kate Bova, can I say something? A question?
Go ahead, Kate.
If I remember correctly from asking in times past when I asked if we should bother having a road commissioner, and I never quite understood this, it was something about that they only took care of summer roads. Could you kind of tell me what that means?
That was in a number of years past that a road commissioner would have more say in the summer roads. My understanding is now that they advise the select board on issues concerning the roads and what they believe needs to be done and not done, but would not have control of the roads per se over the select board or the road crew.
And the form. Go ahead, Kate. I'm sorry.
So the summer thing was a thing of the past. It's all year round then.
It is. The select board is still in charge of the roads and spending any money, but the road commissioner could advise the select board at any time on things that they saw summer or winter that they needed to.
And could the road foreman inform the board on those as well as a road commissioner?
Two different people. Years probably it has been the road foreman and the road commissioner have been the same person. So, all right. Any other questions or comments?
I have a question again. This is Ike. Can someone please explain what a road commissioner does?
Like I said, they advise the select board on things that they see as needing to be done on the roads, and they don't have the authority to spend money or order things to be done, but they can make recommendations to the select board.
And is that the extent of the responsibilities? I mean, is it that ill-defined?
If you read in the statute, and I don't have the statute in front of me, it is pretty vague as to what. Krista Gay read the statute at the last meeting for us, and there is not a lot of responsibility left to a road commissioner.
So if it's not defined and there's no explicit authority, how is a road commissioner's perspective on the roads any different from any citizen who makes advice to the select board?
Well, it would be if they were elected or appointed, that they would be the road commissioner, and it would be their responsibility to make recommendations to the select board.
I guess my last comment is if there's anybody here, like who's seeing something as like, as far as like the value of having that position that hasn't been said yet, or I'd really appreciate hearing that perspective too.
All right. Does anybody have anything they want to say about it?
This is Sherry. I'm not necessarily responding to Isaac's question, but I'm just wanting to clarify that when we talk about a road commissioner's position as advising the board about work that needs to be done, we're talking probably more projects, you know, big things that are needed on the road, not the day-to-day, you know, what is the road crew doing tomorrow kind of a thing. Is that correct?
It could be either. It could be either, Sherry.
That's not how I've ever understood that position in the past, but that may be.
All right. Does anybody else have anything on Article 1? If not, we'll move on to Article 2. Shall the town authorize the select board to borrow money if necessary for current expenses in anticipation of collection of taxes? This used to be an article for both the town and the town school district, if needed to borrow money for, say, a large road project or something like that, and it was in the budget and had been approved. There were some times that we needed to borrow money to pay that, knowing that the money would come in a few months when taxes are collected. It is a pretty straightforward article and one that is always there, and I've never known it to not be passed. But it is not to be able to borrow money that is not approved. It is only for to make sure that the town is able to pay its responsibilities. Does anybody have any questions or anything about that? Hearing none, we'll move on to Article 3. Shall the town collect taxes on the 10th of September in 2021? That is the normal date that we collect taxes. The last 2 years, because of some issues with the state in coming up with the school portion of the tax bill, we've had to push that back to October. Hopefully this year it won't be the same, but we have put it in again as September 10th for this year. Is there any discussion on that? All right. Article 4, shall the town vote to publish a list of delinquent taxpayers in the town report? That's an article that is always there and hasn't changed in a number of years, but we have to have that in the warning to do that. Any questions on that? Article 5, shall the town use the $32,000 approved at the 2020 town meeting for the construction of a bathroom at the town garage to reduce taxes and transfer the monies to the 2021 general fund?
David, this is Sandy Caponcelli.
Sandy, go ahead.
I think that money should still stay into the garage fund and be used for a bathroom. By law, federal law, we are breaking the law by not having an available bathroom for our employees. So I think it's quite necessary to keep that money within that fund. We are right now at this time, thanks to Witchy, looking into a grant which may help supplement that funding.
Now, I understand that, and that is certainly a perfectly reasonable thing to save the money in there if people want to. A couple of the reasons that we put this article here is at the last town meeting, the plan to construct the bathroom was to use volunteer labor and to use the town equipment to do that. It was decided at the town meeting to require us to put this out for bid. The volunteers, people, please put yourself on mute if we're getting back. Because we had the article was amended saying that we had to put it out to bid, it would have, we believe it would have been illegal to then do it ourselves and to have the volunteer labor and companies bidding against what is free labor and town equipment to put the structure. Withdrew their offer to do that. I believe the budget committee has looked into what it would cost to have it constructed. I believe they got one estimate, and I think that was about $65,000, if I remember correctly, to have it. If you can put yourself on mute, we're getting a lot of feedback there. If we had not approved that money, we could have probably gone to the state and got a grant through the Leisure grant, where we got the computer and things, and the federal grant would have probably paid for putting a bathroom in there. But because we had that $32,000 in there in an account, we could not get the money for the Elger grant. If we are going to go forward and put this out for bid, we're going to at least have to double that amount at some point. And as time goes on and the price of materials and things are going up, it'll probably be more than double that amount to put one in there. I've read the information about the from OSHA, and I don't necessarily agree with Sandy's idea on what OSHA says. If the road crew is if you look at the section that says sanitary standards, it says as long as the workers can travel to a nearby bathroom, that will meet the OSHA standards. And it also says it has to be within 10 minutes of wherever they are. Yeah, it be within 10 minutes of the bathroom. And it also front page.
Not the front, like where you have highlighted.
And it also says that if the mobile, if the crews are mobile, they do not. That is a different classification, and they don't have to have a bathroom with them, which you really can't. And the road crew does have it. I don't think anybody here is saying that that we shouldn't have a bathroom out there. It's just not going to be. We are not going to be able to do it for $32,000. We cut back last year during the year on our appropriations and things, not knowing what the economics were going to be with the COVID, and we probably still don't know what the economic impacts are going to be. Things don't seem so bad now, but we're still living off from stimulus money from the federal government, so we're not sure. I don't think anybody is sure what the full impacts are going to be. So instead of leaving the $32,000 in there, at this point, we thought we would use that to reduce taxes this coming year. And if in some future year, next year, 2 years from now, when we know things are more stable economically, we would be able to put another article in and ask for the money if we can't get grants. If we can get grants for it, all the better. So
Well, I think that
Wait a minute. Jimmy's got.
This is James Trimble. You said there was a grant available, the Elder grant, that would pay for the entire bathroom.
It probably would have, but
is that something that's available?
it's not now.
It was just a 1 year thing.
It was a one-time thing with the stimulus money. And you could, if you had things to allow people to work remotely, you could have said that instead of them having to travel here to this office, that they had their own bathroom. That would have probably been there. You could have used that. But because we had money appropriated for it, we couldn't apply for that grant. So, or get that grant. Now there may be very well maybe other grants, and there may be a grant coming out with this new stimulus package that's going through Congress at the time.
So I just also want to make a statement. The bathroom that we had designed and we thought we were going to put in included a shower?
No. We eliminated the shower.
Originally it did. Yes. Okay. Because according to this, that's not necessary.
Right.
Okay.
David, this is Danny Taylor. Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
I gotta agree with Sandy. You know, it took a lot last year to get this 32,000 to pass, and I think it should stay in there to go toward the bathroom, whether we need to add to it in the years to come or not. But by getting rid of it and then asking the people again later on for 50, 60,000, it was hard to get the 32 to go. And whether it's a OSHA violation or not, it's a place of work for them. They should be able to have a bathroom in there. And even if you gotta take and have a special meeting to reword that article so that the highway crew can at least get the septic system put in, you know, this coming summer, so that you know what that cost is and it's gone. Now you're only looking at the building portion of it. But I agree with Sandy, that money should stay there for the bathroom.
Well, I mean, that's perfectly fine. I don't think there's anything on the board that says we shouldn't have a bathroom there, because we should. We shouldn't have people going to their homes or driving to the town office. But we had the money in there. We didn't spend it, so we wanted to bring it back to the town to see what they wanted to do. If they want to leave it in there, that's perfectly fine with me. And I think.
Yeah.
David?
Hello, David. David?
Wait a minute.
David, this is Dennis. David, this is Dennis Moranti. I want to, add my 2 cents to this. I agree with Sandy and Danny. Last year, the townspeople voted the 32,000 for the bathroom. It's there, and I think we should leave it there. You could talk about a bathroom being 10 minutes away, but I think when seconds count and the bathroom is minutes away, it's not a good position to be in for anybody.
I don't think anybody's arguing that, Dennis. It's just that we
David, will you let me finish? David.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Also, maybe we can consider an outhouse in the meantime, just to get us through this. And then I noticed that we have about almost $29,000 in the town office restoration that I don't think anything's been done in a town office. So. And you don't seem like, nobody seems to think about taking that money out and spending it somewhere else. So I can't see taking the bathroom money and spending it somewhere else. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Who else has something?
Yes, David?
Yeah. Who's speaking?
Tim Stevenson.
Tim, go ahead.
I agree with just about everything that people have said, but I would be curious to hear from Matt, for example, and Tom, if he's with us, to talk about what the issue has been for them. What if this has presented a hardship or a discomfort or a challenge, and just to know. I mean, I think that's important to me, to know what a bathroom would mean to the folks that would be affected by this.
All right. I don't know if Tom is here or not. Are you here, Tom? Tom? Danny, is Tom here?
Yes, he's here.
All right.
David, I was over there since 1985, and it should have been a bathroom put in there years ago. I've been through the experience of 10 minutes is way too long sometimes.
Yeah.
And they should take that money and set it aside and put it in as a bathroom. That's my feeling.
All right. Well, they've already spoken. So, Don, if you want to speak, you can do that.
I would like to add to the fact that I have spoken with Matt, and he said there has been a situation more than one time where they have somebody who comes to the garage for one reason or another, somebody from the state, and we have no facility for them. And it also states in OSHA that part of having a bathroom is to help prevent health issues like having to hold your pee for hours. It only makes sense to keep the money in the account for the town garage and let us see what we can add to it and do it. If we have to do it piecemeal, we do it piecemeal, but get it done. The building is 35 years old, never had a toilet in there. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
As I say, I don't think anybody's arguing that. Denise had something she wanted to say on it.
So as a budget committee, we recommended to put this on as an article because we knew that $32,000 wasn't enough and we couldn't just leave it and we couldn't just get rid of it. So the reason why this article is on there to find out what the townspeople wanted us to do with that money. And according to what you're saying, it's very clear. We should leave it in the fund and add to it. So if that's what you truly want to do, when you vote Australian ballot, then you should vote, do not transfer the money, and it will stay in the fund for the bathroom.
David?
All right.
David?
Yeah. Who else?
Don Capancelli.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I would vote no on this article also, but I got a little confused, and maybe because I was sleeping at the switch when we had the vote on the amendment on the floor last March. Back in 2013 through 2015, the town of Athens, in essence, was its general contractor on the town office renovation. We had volunteer carpentry. We hired out the plumbing. I think the plumbing was low enough where we didn't have to get the three prices on it. The same was true with the electricity. Mike Bates had this put together for town meeting last year in detail, and this guy's been a 40-year tradesman. He knows his stuff, and why we just didn't turn him loose on it, I don't know. Like I say, maybe I was sleeping at the switch at the time.
Well,
but I don't understand why we can't take the same approach to get this bathroom.
Well, because there was an amendment to it that passed that said that we had to put it out for bid. If we could have done it like we did the town office, it would be done now, and we probably wouldn't have spent the $32,000. We may have, but probably not. But because of that amendment, we can't spend the money that way without doing that. And if it has to go out for bid, then we can't compete against ourselves, supposedly. And Mike withdrew his offer to do the labor for free. So the amendment the amendment hurt us. And
David, can I speak once more?
Yeah, go ahead.
They want to put an addition on that building, but that building is all piped in the floor for a bathroom in the corner, which was all set up for like a 10 by 16 room. And I don't know why there isn't room in there to do that now.
All right.
I just have
that. All right.
Go ahead,
who else hasn't spoken?
Krista Gay. I just have a quick question. I'm just a little confused by the wordings of this article, so I just want to make sure I understand it. If you want to keep the money for the bathroom, you vote no, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just a very quick comment. This is Ike Leslie again. So I agree with the health and other concerns raised about the need to prioritize having a bathroom in a space. And I also want us to consider how putting the money aside and working towards this, in my view, is an expression that we value the people working on our roads. I have deep appreciation for the folks doing this work in all sorts of tough conditions. And the fact that there's not a bathroom there, to me, is an expression that I understand there's hard means, but the town is not valuing those folks the way that we should be. So I think we need to keep that in mind.
the bathroom yet. It was just that the 32,000 wasn't going to cut it, and we couldn't just leave it there in limbo. So we put this article went on to see what wanted to happen.
So
I think the select board will be happy. Will be fine with if you vote no, and then we will figure out something else from there. So
I have a question. Oh, okay. This is Wojciech. I guess a follow-up question. Maybe it's too late because it's already been written, but I just want to make a note. I feel like this is a little misleading. This article and the way it's phrased, because it doesn't give it feels like it's telling me like, let's take this 32,000, let's reduce our taxes, and everyone's gonna be like, oh great, but what's not being said is that there's 32,000 to take away from building a bathroom budget. And I feel like the question being misleading just is a little red flag for me, and I just wanted to put that out there as we move forward.
all right, we had to put it in there as to what to do with the money. We couldn't just say, do you want to build a bathroom again? You had to decide where the money's going. So it would have gone against the, if it passed, it would go against the general budget to reduce taxes. It wouldn't have then gone to some, if we wanted to go out and buy a lawnmower.
But to Witchy's point, it couldn't have been framed, let's take this $32,000 and save it for future contributions to the bathroom.
Well, you had to decide what to do with it, and this would have, you could have, it's sitting there as it is now, but it's not enough to do it with that thing. So that's how it was framed. It wasn't to confuse anybody, but to let them know that instead of taking that, if you voted just to remove it, the 32,000 from that fund, it would have, you needed a place to designate it. And we would designate it to wrap back into the budget instead of taking it for another project or.
And I have one last question, and this is just totally just because I'm new to this. But David, I'm trying to understand your role. Is your role to facilitate the conversation, or is your role to defend a political viewpoint? Because I'm feeling like you're defending this rather than facilitating the conversation.
Well, I'm trying to facilitate the conversation, but explain what the board's rationale was behind it as well. I'm not saying that I'm supporting voting yes for this, and I'm not advocating to vote yes for this. This is a discussion on what is going to happen with that, and if the town doesn't want to do it, then the select board will go ahead and the money will stay in a bathroom fund there, and we will try and work on how we are going to be able to construct a bathroom.
Thank you for the clarification.
David?
Yeah.
This is Sandy again.
Sherry?
I would just like to state that we have 249 taxable properties in this town. If you divided that money evenly, we'd all get a break of about $128. But as we know, it would not be divided evenly. So some people would get a big tax break out of this money, and some people would get something that was barely negotiable. So I think it is wisest to keep it in that account, to have us add to that account, and to have this be a project that this town finally gets done. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions?
Yes, this is Sherry.
Sherry, go ahead.
So some of this is just sort of expressing frustration over the fact that there maybe was not clarity a year ago when we voted on this, but when this conversation first started, I thought I understood your comment about the grant not being possible as the fact that we had money and therefore we couldn't go for the grant because the grant would have paid for the whole thing, but we had $32,000. I believe now you said that that was a one-year grant, so maybe that was a misunderstanding of mine. But what I'm really frustrated about, I think, is that last year, and I was at the meeting, so I'm probably equally guilty, and I know how these things can move through quickly when amendments are made. But if we had volunteer labor that was going to make this happen for $32,000, and that was not made clear, that an amendment to put this out to bid would completely undermine that, That's a real unfortunate thing. So then I want to go on to say that if we vote no on this article, we're leaving that money there and leaving it, as I understand it, tied to that amendment for a bid. I'm wondering if there is any way that we can retain that 32. Well, no, first, let me back up. Is the volunteer labor still a possibility if the funds were available for that without being tied to a bid?
At this point, no.
And no, because that's how they're tied, or no, because that's not going to happen now. We know that, or it's possible.
We were told that it was a no, that if they want to put it out, if the town wanted to put it out for bid, then they would not be volunteering their contracting.
Okay, I understand that. But I'm saying that if this money was available but not tied to the putting it out to bid, would that volunteer labor possibly be an option again?
I don't know.
Okay, so I think we need to find that out. And so then I wonder, while I absolutely support the idea of there being facilities available for our town crew, I mean, 10 minutes is crazy. I wonder if voting yes on this article, and that's not to dismiss what others have said about how difficult it was to pass this money, but releasing this money from that amendment so that we could return to it, and in the meantime find out if the volunteer labor is available, and then be able to pursue this. But to really know all of the I's and T's and ducks in order that need to be crossed and understood, so that we don't get caught in the kind of confusion and then end up having something that could have been done for $32,000 costing us 62 because we didn't understand it all when we got caught up in the discussion. That's what I'm really frustrated with right now.
Yes. Sherry, and I'm not going to be able to answer all of your questions here, but let me just throw this out. If you want that money to go toward the bathroom, which we had wanted, that's why we put it in there last year, I would vote no on this article. Leave that money in that position. If we need to then go out and change that at a special meeting to change that or to raise more money, we can do that. But if you vote yes on this article, it will just go back into the town coffers, and you can't then take it back out to put it into the bathroom. So if you want to keep this in there, and then we can work to get other funding or a grant or something or another vote on this money to free it up so it doesn't have to go out to bid. My suggestion to you is to vote no on this article and then go in. But if you vote yes, understand that 32,000 is then going into the general fund to pay for the budget we will be voting on for the rest of the year. So if you want the bathroom, don't vote yes, vote no.
So then is the budget that we're seeing in the town report now reflecting that 32,000 or not?
It is not.
Okay.
Yeah, David, just one final comment. I just cranked the numbers. The savings by putting that 32,000 in the general fund instead of raising the money you asked for in Article 6, the savings is 7.6%. So if that helps people make a decision.
Okay. So let's be on this a little bit more here. Everybody should have their chance to speak on it before another person speaks on it, on an article. So is there anybody that hasn't spoken on this that would like to add something to it?
Lynn Morgan.
Lynn, go ahead.
So the way I'm understanding it, voting no keeps the money in the coffer. And can we then legally go back at a later time and re-vote on how this money is used?
That's correct.
That we can then get rid of that piece that's snagging things up.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there
David,
anybody?
this is April.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back to what Tom said. He said there was piping or something in the corner already for a bathroom. Is there a reason that that wasn't looked into, and would that save money if they put it in the corner
I don't
inside?
know. It probably would, but I don't think the actual the part of the building that they were going to build was going to be a lot of money. Most of it was into the septic system, into things. But certainly, I mean, we're not wedded to the idea that it has to be an addition to the building, but the addition was not going to be the huge sum of the money. And certainly Tom would know whether the pipes were there better than anybody. So. Anybody else have any question?
Recent discussion last year was a procurement of goods and services. And it says that $10,000 to $25,000, we need to have sealed written bids. And that was not done. The budget committee came up with a figure, and then with the volunteer work, we did not put it out for bid. And that's one of the main reasons that it came up last year that it should be put out to bid, because of the policy that we have.
Well, no, I don't think that was it. I don't think it was necessarily the policy. I think it was somebody thinking that this was too much money and it could be done less if it was put out to bid and go with a lesser amount. But then Mike indicated that you can't have people bidding against what you already know is the price, and that it would be free labor and the town labor and things like that. So it was more with the idea that it would be assuring the best price, which.
See, from my recollection, someone had mentioned, why didn't we put it out for bid?
Yes.
Because it was $32,000 and it should have gone out for bid.
No, it was they thought they would get a better deal, and as Mike said, it would probably be legal to try and bid it out and then pull it back and do it ourselves with volunteer labor and town equipment and things like that, when the other people were having to bid on it with other things. Is there anybody that hasn't spoken on this that wants to speak on the Article 5? If not, is there anybody that wants to speak on it that already has spoken on it?
Sherry?
Go ahead, Sherry.
So then just for clarification on this, when that $32,000 was put forth last year, it was not speaking about labor. It was only speaking about materials, equipment needed, et cetera, not labor.
No,
is that correct?
No, you're not.
Or
correct.
labor of maybe other like plumbers or whatever, but not the construction.
That's correct. There would have been plumbers that needed to be there. There would have been an electrician needed to be there. But yes, the majority for the construction and the earthwork would have been done by the town and by the volunteer labor.
And so then the pieces that would have needed to go out to someone else would have been rather small.
No, that's not correct. It would have been the whole thing, Sherry. It was the whole thing that we had to put out for bid. If we did it, we had to put it out for bid by the amendment.
No, by the amendment, I understand that, David. But prior to the amendment, we were probably looking at pieces that would have either gone out or, I guess, been arranged by the volunteer labor to come in, but they would have been paid. Is that how?
There would have been some pay for plumbers, electricians, but if it's under $10,000, which all of them would have been, it can be the best practices of getting quotes and choosing from that.
So again, understanding the clarity that while the total cost was going to be $32,000, there was no piece within that $32,000 that would have needed to go out to bid. Is that correct?
It would have not needed to go out to bid if it had been approved the way the select board presented it to the town. No.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, it sounds like it would have not needed to go out to bid if the clarity of the policy was made, if the policy was made clear.
No,
that
no,
pieces-
Sherry, you're not bidding out tiny pieces of a project. You're not bidding out who's going to do the electrical, who's going to do the plumbing. It was for the whole project that we had to bid it out.
That's what the amendment was.
It was to rebid the whole project, yes.
That's what the amendment was. That's not what the original article was.
The original article was to authorize the $32,000 for the construction of a bathroom, with the knowledge that it would have been volunteer labor, town equipment, town labor, and professionals as we needed to hire them.
Okay, so I guess my point is that had that been really understood at town meeting, perhaps that amendment would not have passed. And that's unfortunate.
It was tried to be explained, but it was thought that it could be done less than $32,000 as I remember it and hear it, that it was the 32,000.
The amendment is right in there.
All right. Anything else on Article 5? Article 6. Shall the town approve a budget of $562,747.05 with $420,347.05 to be raised by taxes to defray town expenses? And would somebody from the Budget Committee like to speak on this first?
David, I'm going to ask Hannah if she wants to speak on it.
All right, Hannah, do you want to speak on it at all, or?
So there's not a whole lot to say about those totals. I would just say that the amount we're trying to raise for taxes in that is lower than it has been in the past, because we had additional revenues last year in grant form, in addition to a little bit lower spending on purpose, like David had mentioned earlier in the meeting, because of the uncertainty of COVID. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions on specific parts of the budget that anybody has. I'll try to answer.
All right. And again, if we can do this, everybody gets to speak once until everybody gets their chance, and then they can come back at the end of it. But let's not have anybody filibustering if we can help it. Anybody have a question on Article 6?
I do, David. This is Danny.
Go ahead, Danny.
So I run all the numbers, and everybody says it's lower than the past, but the only thing that really made our budget so high last year is the $32,000 for the bathroom. If you run all the numbers with your the way the budget shows, it's actually up more than it was last year, because the town is only going to raise $408,746. With this year, you're asking for $423,47. Now, is the surplus of the 45,000 making up part of that 420, or is that's going on top of that 420 to get the total, correct?
Well, the 32,000 was a special article last year and wasn't part of the original budget, and it is not figured into that 420.
Okay. Then the one other thing I have is I went through your line items, and a lot of the stuff is higher, quite a bit higher than what you actually spent last year, and you're asking for a lot more. Is there reasons why some of them are so much more? And
what lines do you have questions on, Danny?
Well, I mean, all of them are, for the most part, all of them are higher than what they were the year in 2020. And then if you look at the actuals, we're asking for way a lot more money than what the actuals were. I mean, like computer related, for example, the actual cost last year was $940.21, but this year we're asking for $3,710. What is the reasoning? And a lot of the lines are like that.
I think they
let's-
all have different answers. The computer related one, there's two things in there. One is I think we did not receive a bill in 2024 2020s, which made the actual lower than we expected. I think we will receive, or we actually have received that bill from NIMRIC, which is our main software system, in January 2021 instead of in 2020. And in addition, NIMRIC is raising their licensing costs because of extra security work that they have to do building the software. So we are looking at an even higher bill from them for this year. So it's kind of hitting us from both ends on the computer related.
Okay, and the only other thing is I read the road foreman's report where we're saving 75% on salt. If you look at the actual that we spent, and then what we're asking for this year, if we're saving 75%, why are we asking for 32,000 when you should only be asking for like 5,400? I mean, that's a huge savings right there.
My understanding from talking to Matt is that he was experimenting with saving salt, but he wasn't comfortable yet dropping it to the level that he thought was possible until he tried a winter with his new method.
And is the over-the-rail mower figured into this year's budget?
Yes.
It is
What's that under?
a contracted services under road maintenance.
Yeah.
All right.
Seems like there's only like the computer stuff and the bill not coming through. It seems awful high.
All right. Anybody else have a question on this? No other questions on Article 6? All right, we will move on to Article 7. Shall the town of Athens voters change its trash recycling schedule from weekly trash and bi-weekly recycling to bi-weekly trash and bi-weekly recycling, with trash and recycling having alternate weeks starting on April 1st, 2020. And I think I can give a little, hopefully somebody can add to this, but the price of the trucking is going to go up for us if we continue with the same company, Triple T, considerably to the budget for recycling and for not recycling, but for trash pickup. With the state law that says that no compostables can go in the trash, now that there aren't compostables that can go in the trash legally. There is also the option of getting an RFP from other truckers, other haulers, to look at the trash. But at the time, we didn't have time enough to issue that, to get that done for the town report. And this was an option to go with. So is there anybody else that wants to give any kind of, the budget committee want to give an explanation on this that makes more sense than that?
David, this is Janet.
Who is it?
And I have our, from our minutes when we talked about this, and Mike had did the research on it. I'll get the bullet point. New trucking rate is $130 an hour in April. That'll go up this April. Tipping fees won't change for a year or two. Yearly trash would go up to $45,948.28 if the frequency stays the same. The trash company that we have now doesn't mind going to every other week trash pickup, would alternate weeks with trash and recycling. Bi-weekly cost would be $38,830.78 for next year because it won't go up until April. The weekly cost will be 44,000. Bi-weekly cost will be 38,300. So we're saving about $6,000 if we go to bi-weekly trash. If that helps.
All right. Does anybody have any questions on the trash article?
I have one. For $6,000, has anybody broke that down what it would really save us on our taxes? Because if it's only going to save us a few cents, I would still rather have my trash weekly and not have to worry about the bears and the raccoons trying to get into it when I'm trying to find a place to store it.
No, that is certainly a concern that people have had, and there have been talk about it in years past of going to biweekly or service, but because it has because of the rate increase, we put this in this year. The budget committee wanted to look at it and see what the people thought. I don't take a position one way or the other. If the town wants to continue the weekly trash, I'm fine with that. And I think others are as well. But we think we'll leave it up to the town. We did not want to institute it and say that we are going to cut it down to, bi-weekly trash pickup. We wanted to let people decide for themselves whether they wanted to do that or not. And we do know that our trash tonnage has dropped over the years. Our trash tonnage amount of actual garbage that goes out is going down. So, anybody have any other questions?
This is Sherry.
Go ahead.
I'm curious, and maybe this question should have been up under the last article when we were talking about the budget, but just looking at the service fee that comes in for trash bags, which I think has always been seen as offsetting to some degree that cost of the trash pickup. The increase that happened in the cost of the bags happened during this year, I believe. And so the budgeted amount right now for next year is looking at being less than what was actually received last year. And I'm just curious to hear someone speak to that.
I can speak to that. People are buying fewer bags.
All right. Anybody else have any question for her?
Hi, this is Wiche. I guess I want to echo Tina's question, which I'm not sure I got answered, or maybe I missed it, or I'm not sure. But like, how much would that $6,000 difference? Like, what numbers are we looking at really when we talk about if we keep it every day and this cost goes up? How much are we paying per bag or so? Like, has anyone done that calculation?
Well, the sale of the bags does not cover the cost of the trash, and then recycling, which is actually more per ton than the trash is not covered by the bag sale. So it supplements the part of it. Just the additional $6,000. I don't know what that will work out to on the tax rate, but honestly, it will not be a lot of money for any one person, any one taxpayer to pay. But this is a way that maybe we can reduce the money for trash when we're not having as much trash go out, and it's an option for the people. Instead of the select board sitting back and saying, well, we're going to change it to once every 2 weeks, we have this article on here to give people the option to do that. And to have their voices heard on it and not just have it done by fiat by the select board, because that's something that affects everybody's household and things. But we are not selling the bags. We're not having as much trash go out, and that's probably a good thing in the large scale of things. But one way to save a little money from the increase is to go to every other week instead of every week.
Okay, that was clarifying. Thank you. I have a follow-up question, but I'm not sure if I can ask a follow. Maybe.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. How much does the 30 something thousand, how much does that compare to what we're paying now? Is that still more, or is that the same price?
Hannah, can you answer that?
Yeah, Richie, do you have a town report?
I do.
So if you look on page 12 of the budget,
Yeah.
so you'll see we spent $37,000 in 37,452 this year.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at 44,000 for next year. And you can kind of look back the last couple of years, what was budgeted and what.
This Article 7 really doesn't affect us because all we do is put out recycle.
Dennis, if you could mute yourself until you get called on.
Sorry about that, Dave.
So and what was that? If we go to 2 weeks, you said 36,000.
It would go down 38,000. I believe it would be $6,000 less for next year, and slightly more for the year after, since we would be paying a full year at the new rate.
All right, thank you. I have a question.
Okay.
This is Ike, and maybe this is a naive question, but I don't understand why, if we are getting half the service, if it's every other week, why the price would drop by 6,000 and why the price would not drop by half.
Well, it goes to the price of the trucking is going to go up, irregardless if we have it every week or every 2 weeks. If we're doing it by the every 2 weeks, we're only saving on the trucking, because what you would put out this week, you will actually put out double in the 2 week period. So your tonnage is not estimated to go down any, but it'll just save on the trucking.
That's very helpful. Thank you, David.
All right. Anybody else? Dennis, did you have something on this?
Well, I was thinking of something here. Seeing we're not supposed to be putting any kitchen scraps into our trash, what is it exactly that is attracting the bear? And maybe we can figure out a way to have secure containers. And then also the scheduling for pickup of recycles and trash. Instead of having the truck come up here every week, 1 week for trash, then next week's recycle, third week trash, fourth week recycle, couldn't we have every other Monday trash and recycle together?
They have to send 2 trucks, Dennis. They don't take them both. They don't take trash and recycling in the same truck.
Well, I mean, just do it similar to what we're doing now, but just eliminate that 1 month, well, 2 Mondays a month that they only come up and pick up the trash. You know, they do come up twice on a Monday, trash and recycles. The next Monday, they just come up for trash.
Could I just answer, because
Sure. Go ahead.
Triple T actually were the ones who asked for that to alternate the weeks, and so they would have work for a driver each week.
Oh, so they want to spread out the work then for themselves. That's basically it?
That was what they were willing to do, to change our
Okay.
practice.
All right. Well, that's an explanation. That's good enough.
Okay.
Thank you, Hannah.
If nobody else says anything, we'll move on to Article 8. Now, I'm not sure. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just wondering, like, could we, even if we decide to keep the weekly, could we still go for an RFP to try to see if someone can offer a cheaper price?
I think we will. If
Okay.
we keep it weekly, we will go to an RFP to see if we can get it at a more reasonable rate. Triple T has been doing it for a number of years. They do a good job. There are some other haulers out there. They're a local company. Some of the other haulers are conglomerates that might give us a good price the first year and then triple it the next year. And so we can look into it. But I do know that we have done that before. We've had independents that either sold out or didn't. To Browning Ferris, I think, did it for us for a while. And then they can write their own check as to how much they want to charge us. Triple T isn't that way, but we certainly can look at that later.
Got it. So the point is that there'll probably be an RFP sent out, but not a lot of hope for getting a cheaper or better deal.
Yes, I don't know. We might get something cheaper, but I'm not sure it'll be a better deal because Triple T has not raised their trucking fees on us for a number of years. They have to pay what the waste district has for their set fees and stuff for the disposal.
Yeah.
So that whatever company does it is going to be about the same. So.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. If I will actually try to go through the human service articles kind of fast here. If anybody wants something on that, I'll certainly let you talk about it. But there's usually not a lot in town meeting, and I'm not sure there will be here. So Article 8. Shall the town appropriate the sum of $356 for healthcare and rehabilitative services incorporated to help support outpatient mental health of healthcare or PSA section 2691? Does anybody have any questions on HCRS? Article 9. Shall the town vote to appropriate the sum of $250 to support the Women's Freedom Center to provide quality advocacy and support to women and children in Athens? Does anybody have a comment on that?
I have a question on 8. I'm sorry. The other ones specify that they do serve Athens and they do serve Windham County, which includes Athens. Article 8 doesn't necessarily say that it includes Athens. I just want to confirm that those are services that we receive.
I don't know that for sure, but I am sure that HCRS does work with people from Athens. I work with somebody that works at HCRS. She works with me. It's a big organization.
Yeah.
They have like 500 people working for them. They get money from the feds. They get money from the state. They get money from insurance companies, and they want $356 from us. I don't know. I can't say that they do have somebody in Athens, and I don't think they could, probably with HIPAA regulations.
Yeah,
but I'm sure that they do.
All right, thank you.
David?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Tim. In past town meetings, if memory serves me correctly, we've had representatives from HCRS that have come and detailed their services to the town of Athens. So I just would like, I don't think we've had anyone there for the last couple of years that I remember, but I know in the past that was a common thing.
I know that we've had people there. I don't believe that they have detailed their services to Athens, and I don't think that they can do that, Tim. They could say what services are available, but I don't think that they will tell you who they have served in Athens, although I agree that they have served people here.
David, it's not that they've mentioned names of people that they've served. It's more like they've talked about the kind of services they've rendered in Athens. That's what I remember. And again, I may be wrong on that, but that's what I remember.
I certainly know that Sevka has come out with things where they have served in the town. I can't recall anything from HCRS like that, although they have had representatives there. So,
Okay.
all right. Any more questions on that? Hearing none, we'll go to Article 9. Shall the town of Athens vote to appropriate the sum of $250 to support the Women's Freedom Center to provide quality advocacy and support to the women and children of Athens? Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, we'll go on to Article 10. Shall the town of Athens appropriate the sum of $330 to support youth services, the needs of youth and families in and around Windham County? Article 11, shall the town of Athens raise and appropriate the sum of $1,000 for SEVCA to assist Athens in responding to emergency needs of the community and providing all available and applicable services? Does anybody have any questions about that? Article 12, shall the town vote to appropriate the sum of $250 for the Bells Falls Senior Center? Any questions on that? Article yep.
Just briefly, this is Ike. So that's a service that Athens folks use, or can someone just tell me about what that means?
It is. It supports the senior center in Bellows Falls. I don't know if they have a representative on the board from Athens, but they have in the past on their board. They will assist with Meals on Wheels. They will assist with rides for people if they need it. But yes, and people from Athens do go to the senior center for when the senior center was open for meals, for socialization and meals and things like that. The center has been closed because of COVID. But yes, people do use it from Athens.
That's helpful. Thank you so much.
Anything else?
Hi, David. I would just like to speak for the Bellows Falls Senior Center. I work there, and there are many Athens people before we had to close the dining room that did visit and use some of the programs upstairs that we offered. And it is still open, and Tegan is there every day if anybody from Athens needs to call and ask her for questions. And she is more than willing to assist them with anything, senior solutions, or finding if they need medical equipment or anything like that. So we are closed to the public, but she is still there daily to help with information if anybody needs it.
Yep. Tina, has there been any talk of opening it back up or any timeline or anything?
There has not. It's just because of the regulations we would have to go through. We would only be able to have 6 people in the dining room at a time, and there's only 3 of us there. So we would have to clean after everybody left, and it's just all the health restrictions that we have. We're hoping with the COVID vaccine that we can open sometime in 2021, but Tegan would have better answers for that.
All right. But I also know that the senior center is a place that is giving out vaccinations right now too. So that's, people from Athens can go down there for that if they can get an appointment. So, all right. Anything else on the senior center? Article 13, shall the town vote to appropriate the sum of $1,350 to help support home health, maternal and child health and hospice care provided in patients' homes and in community settings by the Visiting Nurses Association and Hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire? Does anybody have any questions on that? All right. Article 14, shall the town of Athens raise and appropriate the sum of $1,000 to assist Grafton Cares in providing a variety of assistance to the people of Athens? Dennis, are you here tonight?
I am. Can you hear me?
Barely.
What do I have to do to be heard?
Well, just talk right up. I think we'll hear you.
All right. What did you want to know?
Well, just if there's anything you want to say or say to anybody that Grafton Cares can help out. during the pandemic and stuff, maybe?
We have a meals program that has been shut down, like the senior center, of a Wednesday lunch every week and 2 community suppers a month, one in Grafton, one in Athens. But in addition to that, we have all our other programs operating. We have Meals on Wheels, which we are providing meals 3 times a week to 10 people. We have gas cards for medical appointments, and that's averaging between $100 and $200 a month for people who need that. We have a rides program for medical appointments as well. We have welcome bags for new people who are coming to town. Sunshine baskets for people who are not feeling well or by themselves. We also have free medical equipment that can be loaned out. Right now, the various hospital beds that we have, 2 of them are in service in people's homes at the moment. We have financial assistance where needed for wood, oil, electricity. Traffic Care's knitters that provide shawls and baby blankets to new babies. And a strong living program for exercise. Maybe forgetting 1 or 2, but that's where we are.
All right. Does anybody have any questions on Article 14? All right. Article 15, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $300 to assist senior solutions? Does anybody have any questions on that? All right. Article 16 is a bit different than before, but it says, shall the town authorize the select board to set the time of future town meetings? In the past, it had been left to the town meeting to set the time, but because we can't have a motion and decide on that or put a time in that, and we don't know what the future holds. Hopefully next year we'll be able to have the traditional town meeting, but we don't know the future, what the future will hold in that. So that will be, if this article is passed, then the select board will have the choice between Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday of the first Tuesday in March to set as town meeting day and the time. So, but it can only be one of those 4 days. So, anybody have any questions on that?
Just,
Okay.
this is Sherry, David. I don't have so much a question. Well, I do have a question, I guess. I mean, I think that it would be wonderful to be able to return to our traditional town meeting on a Tuesday and first Tuesday in March next year, and I certainly hope we can do that. But what I'm really interested in is understanding how we might go about it if we wanted to maintain this Australian ballot process for electing our town officers rather than the vote from the floor.
That would happen.
Might that happen?
This year, the legislature passed and I don't know the section of the law, but they passed it that the select board can authorize to have Australian balloting.
Right. I'm asking about how we would go forward with doing that.
I'm trying to explain it. If in the future we want to do that by Australian ballot, whether it's the election of officers or the budgets or any of the articles, that would have to be voted on at a town meeting to authorize that.
Okay, so then the possibility if there were to be any kind of a special town meeting this year, that could be a question that could be put before the voters at that time, or it would be possibly an article for next year's town meeting to be something for, that would be 2023 we would be talking about where we.
Yeah, it can only be voted on at a town meeting to do that.
Not at a special town meeting?
At a special town meeting, that's
okay.
Too.
Okay.
But that would, yes, you could vote on that, but it has to be a vote of the town.
Okay, I got it.
Unless this law is extended on the chance that the pandemic is still going on. So.
Well, I would just like to say that I feel that that process, you know, people needing to know that they needed to make clear if they were interested in running, and if not, getting the word out as to what were the open offices. I feel like that has gotten a lot more interest and activity in town this year with regards to that, and I think that's a good thing. So I would really advocate that we consider continuing or looking to continue in the future office votes by that, not the rest of the town meeting business, do the budget and articles and all of that at town meeting as we traditionally do. But I think voting officers by Australian ballot would be a good thing.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything they want to say for the informational meeting?
David and Dennis Hunt,
I want to get a clarification. If Article 6 is just for the next town meeting and not for all future town meetings.
Article which? 6?
The 16th. I'm
16,
sorry.
yes, it's just for this next town meeting. It's just for the town meeting in 2022.
Okay.
And
well, I'm just, the reason why I asked that clarification is because it says to set the time of future town meetings.
Yeah.
So that's big, and I don't want to. I'm afraid, like, you know, what next year it'd be like, oh no, we said that, you know, in future town meetings, so therefore the select board chooses the time. So I just want to.
Yeah.
Not
No,
sure.
it will only be for the next town meeting, and we can only set the date. Town meeting day is the first Tuesday in March. You can have it 3 days before that, or the town meeting day itself. So there's not a lot of wiggle room in that where to set it. So.
Okay. All right,
Anybody else have anything for?
Dennis Hunt, one more addition.
Yeah.
I forgot, of all things for Grafton Cares is the Athenian that comes out once a month. That's our project as well.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Does anybody else have anything? If not, I think I'll declare that the meeting is, the informational meeting is over. Hope everybody comes to vote or has voted on March 2nd. And we'll see you then. Thank you.
Okay.